sing Daisy Bell, which is the creepy version of the song that you're probably familiar with. And not only is this the first ever song sung by a computer, but in the film 2001: A Space Odyssey, which I'm a little bit of a fan of, it was the song sung by Hal, the movie's AI, as it began to die. The reason I bring it up is because the majority of the tracks that occur throughout the series are made by Kane himself. However, here he made the conscious decision to use this song. To me, and I'll explain this with more evidence as we get further into the series, I feel that that song's usage is representative of Async's mentality, a mentality that shaped several of the decisions moving forward, beginning with the rest of First Contact. After seeing failure messages and modifications and diagrams of changes to the machine, we then see the magnetic distortion system get running. As it's running, it seems that there is destruction and collateral events happening around it. This is emphasized by a researcher telling another researcher to turn it off. However, the researcher refuses, stating that there's something there, as we see a map of the back rooms expand across the screen. Finally, the machine ends, and what we're left with is a gateway into the back rooms. So it seems that here, given the title First Contact, this was humanity's first expedition into the back rooms. And from the way they speak, they didn't even know that that's what they were running into. As it's seen throughout the series, it seems that the magnetic distortion system was made to open a doorway into some kind of different reality. However, as the men explained whenever the machine was running during this sixth test, it seems that they accidentally came across a world that was already created. And with the final shots of the video, it didn't matter if Async was ready for this new reality or not, because they had found a gateway to it. The unlisted video in the description shows the first layer of side effects that this new discovery brought on. That video is collateral.mov. This unlisted video has no description, but shows live sports coverage and news broadcast of an earthquake that hit San Francisco, California at 8:41 Eastern Standard Time on October the 17th of 1989. This is a real earthquake that took place in 1989 in Southern California. Furthermore, watching the time of the gateway being opened in First Contact confirms that these took place in the same seconds. So using this real-world event as an unfiction point within the narrative, it seems that opening the gateway caused such tremendous shockwaves that it led to societal devastation. So is Async going to make this sacrifice worth it? That is a good question. We'll find out. For now, let's see further effects of what this gateway caused with the next video, Missing Persons. The description dates Missing Persons as February the 3rd of 1990. At the beginning of the video, we see various missing persons posters. These posters show individuals ranging from fully grown adults to a 2-year-old child. We then see a trend line of missing persons cases by year. The trend line seems normal until it hits a blue bar in 1989. And then after that, missing persons cases spike. If you remember the dates from the previous videos, this spike occurs after the rift was opened in First Contact. It seems that whenever Async punched a hole in the fabric that was covering our reality from the back rooms, it caused the entire border to become destabilized. And because of that, as we saw in found footage, people can simply slip in now. Which, as a side note, there's a lot of horror throughout the series and a lot of horror to be had with the idea that you can just take a wrong step and wind up in the yellow rooms. But the idea of a 2-year-old child doing it is particularly brutal. Also, and I know I keep hyping up Kane for a lot of the aspects of the series, but I can't help myself. The music in this section, as well as the rest of the series, is fantastic. Kane composes the music himself, and there are few soundtracks that better embody this vibe of cosmic sci-fi terror than the sounds that you hear throughout the back rooms.
Most of my work is usually pretty intense or pretty dark, or I do some ambient, more maybe emotional stuff, but definitely since having this series, it has been so cool to have a place to finally put my music and have people actually listen to it. So that's amazing.
Anyway, we then see a doorway and an Async logo as we observe a crew taking an excursion into the back rooms. This is just over 4 months since First Contact. We can assume that within that time, Async was performing several endeavors into the back rooms. By the point that we see them here in Missing Persons, they've already established an SOP, wearing hazmat suits, taking a tether line so they don't get lost, and it seems from their reactions, this is still in their early excursions. Eventually, the group rounds a corner and sees some sort of figure underneath 3 holes in the wall. One of the researchers says to another, It may just be a part of the environment. Again, this is prevalent throughout the entire series, but especially now, Async doesn't necessarily know what they're getting into. As they get closer, the figure comes into view. It seems to be the body of a person propped up against the wall. While this may be expected, considering what we know about people just falling into the back rooms, the mysterious part is the setting around the body. It seems that some kind of mold or rot has encompassed the body itself and even worked its way up the wall behind it. It's a little hard to make out all the dialogue, but from what I can make out, it seems that the conversation goes as follows. This makes no sense. This wasn't in the last report. No, this is definitely new. It's organic. Is it some kind of fungus? Again, all of these implying that as we discover it, Async is discovering it as well. Then suddenly, the screen glitches and cuts to a very quick shot of a blue screen with backwards text. This backward text reads, "If anybody, blame him." And then with that, the video ends. This is the first of several inverted messages that we're going to get throughout the series. And I have my theories about who him might be, but we'll get to that in a bit. For now, it seems there's some other living creature within the backrooms itself. We know that Async's there, we know the people are falling into it, and we know that the life form is from hallways. But this seems to be a living growth that covered over this person and the wall around him. And while we don't know the details about it yet, it seems there's more at play here than just the monsters in the hall. With that, let's move into the next film, informational video. The description says that this video is from February the 29th of 1990. Here's the thing with that. 1990 was not a leap year, meaning there was no February the 29th. Time is weird in the back rooms, as we're going to see. It gets weirder. So I'm willing to just claim ignorance at this point and get into the video. This video, again, opens with a note that it's for internal use only and an Async logo. We now get some more information about these explorations into the backrooms, specifically something known as the Project KB31 Research and Development Team. KB31, as we'll see, is the division of Async specifically concerned with the backrooms, as well as Async's low proximity magnetic distortion systems. Specifically, this system is denoted as Model 6, which lines up with the mentioned first contact that this was the 6th trial of the system. We then learn of some nomenclature within KB31. For example, the doorway that I've been calling the gateway is referred to as the threshold, and the backrooms are referred to within KB31 as the machine, the door, the back rooms, the complex, and the hallways. Whenever talking to Kane about the series, he refers to it as the complex, and that feels less awkward than saying the back rooms all the time, so I'm sticking with complex. While discussing that mentioning the complex outside of KB31 is prohibited, there's again a glitch that shows a flash of a map of the complex with backwards text across a blue screen that reads, "Not that it would do any good." I imagine that whoever's writing this is referring to the idea that it doesn't matter if you mention it outside of KB31 or not, because people are going to fall victim to the complex either way. It seems that whoever's talking over these and backwards has a bit of vitriol attached to them, between saying blame him and it's not going to do you any good and other examples we'll see. We also see that it is a rule to never enter the complex without supervision and with no less than 3 people. We then cut to a tape that was taken again on February the 29th at 11:36 a.m. This is the video of a researcher traveling into the complex. Before they enter the complex, the cameraman looks up and sees an advisor leaning over the balcony. I can only imagine that this is Ivan Beck, as he's mentioned as being the vice director, and the only real name of authority that we've had at this point. As the group travels through the complex, the dialogue's a little hard to make out, but you can hear them dismissing an event that happened 2 weeks ago. This would have been right after the body was found in missing persons, so perhaps similar events are occurring. As they're walking, the person recording suddenly hears a large crowd. While some have been led to believe that this could just be a hallucination, I think the fact that the camera picked it up as well means that the noise was really there. As the cameraman follows it to a dead end, he turns back to his crew before this happens. Suddenly, while in the same physical location, his crew completely disappears. Our cameraman naturally begins to panic, and as he calms down and begins to explore, we're treated to some weird geometry. For example, he comes into this room that appears to be a sort of stadium with a fence in between him and the back wall. In the middle of the floor is something that can only be described as charred remains or clothing or perhaps some kind of biological material that's been shed onto the ground. He continues walking and at one point begins coughing. There's another one of my coffee moments. Don't worry, this conspiracy will come in at the end. He then comes to one of the weirdest sights in the entire series, at least at this point. I'm sure it'll get worse. It initially seems to be a dark room until he turns on his flashlight and sees this odd floral pattern across the wall. Upon further inspection, he finds an axe propped up against it, with wheelbarrows scattered around the area. The wall behind them are these straight lines of a sort of glitch stripe pattern. And then, most bizarrely, is the image of what appears to be a barn of sorts. The angle and design of it looks like a painting, but the way his light reflects in the windows of the doors of the barn implies that it's some kind of almost 3D texture, but not quite. Some people have speculated, because of scenes like this, that the entirety of the back rooms take place in a video game, which, no. But the imagery here is definitely computer-esque. Like the rest of the complex, despite being made out of things we can comprehend, it seems violently inhuman. It also seems that while he's in here, the camera picks up a very low moan. I'll go ahead and get it out of the way. I've got a lot of theories that I think make a lot of sense, a lot of the concepts in the series, but I don't really have anything for this one. I am in full confidence that Kane is purposeful with everything he includes and the order in which he includes it. So because of that, I understand that I just don't have the pieces to put it together yet. That being said, a lot of the stuff seen throughout the series can be explained as a sort of liminal space that fits in line with everything else being created by whatever entity made the complex in the first place. But there's, I don't know, something about the axe and the house, and just like the whole room itself, that feels different for some reason. And it's going to drive me crazy until I get answers. That's really all this channel is, just me interacting with more content creators and them slowly leading me down a path of insanity until I have an inevitable mental breakdown live for you all, so stay tuned. As he continues walking, he comes across a sort of industrial wall that seems out of place. This wall has a sign as well as an observation window. He steps into the room, which is full of recording devices and electronics, and as soon as he says hello, alarms, red lights, and a sort of lockdown procedure begins. We are then shown several diagrams of the complex before the video ends. Now, unlike my crazy barn moaning room, there will be an answer to the finale of this video by the end of this video. Well, there will be an answer to the thing at the end of the Kane Pixels video at the end of this Wendigoon video. Yeah, so to keep making our way forward for now, let's get to the next video, Autopsy Report. Autopsy Report took place on February the 5th of 1990. This was in the past of informational video, only 2 days after the body was discovered in missing persons. And as a matter of fact, this video is the autopsy of that body that was recovered. We hear a narration from a tape from somebody that works in the Department of Biomedical Sciences at ASINC. This autopsy is again for the aforementioned John Doe. The male is believed to be between 18 to 21 years old, and the coroner says that the time of death was likely 5 days ago, or in other words, 3 days before his body was discovered. He mentions that the body has severe tissue damage and that the cause of death was malnutrition. If this is true, then our John Doe was likely in the back rooms for some time before he died. However, the concerning part is the coroner's next mention. He says that the decomposition process is stunted within parts of the body while progressing further in other parts. He says that it seems the entire body has become infected with a mutated strain of Hay bacillus. The coroner mentions that in any other case, this bacteria should be completely benign. However, here in the complex, it's mutated into something completely different, leading the coroner to directly ask Mr. Beck where the subject came from. A couple things to note here. Again, aside from the obvious, there's a weird bacteria in the back rooms, along with the giant, lanky metal monster, because, their day couldn't get any worse. It seems that Async is still figuring it out, or at the very least, the people working on the ground, like the researchers and coroner, aren't privy to what's going on. Furthermore, by looking at the body in Autopsy Report, whatever this mutated bacteria is incredibly violent. It seems to have covered the victim's entire body and made them into this sort of mold. Perhaps whatever this bacteria is very aggressive. Perhaps aggressive enough to infect the living. Maybe, I don't know, make them cough. Don't worry, that's not where the theory is ending. It's not just the fact that the bacteria is making people sick. I'm going to go full insane with it later. Just wait. At the end of the video, we see a television within the lab flipping through different clips of TV, videos of bacteria growing, and investigations of the complex. In the midst of these clips, if you pause it on a screen of text, while parts of the message are blocked off, the goal of it is very clear. Whoever wrote this said that this environment isn't safe, and that humanity shouldn't be here, and it's delusional to think otherwise. Whoever wrote this clearly thinks the complex shouldn't be messed with and disagrees with ASINC's goals, or at least the goal of, traveling into the pocket dimension. At the end of the television clips, we get this visual of the threshold being opened, overlaid with America testing the nuclear bomb. Literally an overlay of scientific arrogance of the past being recreated now. There's stuff like this throughout the entire series. I'm sure I missed a ton of it, and this is definitely a series that, even if you just want to hear an explanation of it, is definitely worth your time to watch, not only because it's cool and scary and all of that, but there is a lot there for people who take the time to look. With that, we move into our next video, Motion Detective. Motion Detective takes place on March the 5th of 1990. This is 5 days after the events of Informational Video. As the video opens, we see the date again of March the 5th, along with an async logo. We see that just beyond the threshold into the complex, async is beginning construction of a sort of entryway, quite possibly a hub or observation post for future expeditions. We then see that in this area known as Division A, there have been 7 motion cameras set up. We're even given a diagram of how the cameras are laid out. So we see a log of everything that activated these motion cameras on the night of Monday, March the 5th. Most of it is standard, with researchers passing by, researchers returning, supervisor walking by, and at 9:14 p.m., we hear that the audio sensor went off whenever the threshold was closed. I like the casual nature of it, that at the end of the workday, everyone takes off their hat, clocks out, and turns off the alternate reality. At 1:06 a.m., another noise is detected, this time a sort of metallic clamoring. At 2:13 a.m., another noise is detected as the microphone begins to glitch. And then the real horror happens at 3:53 a.m. In this moment, we can see something leaning around one of the posts out in the distance. The camera then zooms in to reveal this. To me, it looks like these are a pair of flailing legs kicking around in the air on top of this thing. Whatever this creature is, it's most likely the same creature, or at least one of the same kinds of creature seen in found footage. And while horrifically misplaced and, again, very uncanny, the detail of human legs is the most directly human thing I've seen out of it yet. This leads back into a theory I'll get to at the end of the video, but for now, know that as they're beginning construction, things are not good. However, despite this, the people who venture into the back rooms in later videos, as well as general conversation around the complex, doesn't seem to mention this incident. Perhaps whoever was checking the logs for this, if anyone, didn't want everyone to find out. So with that pleasant thought in mind, let's take a step back and go to the next video, Prototype. Prototype is a shorter video that takes place on May the 10th of 1982. This is the earliest video within our timeline. It says that this video takes place in the Oak Ridge Laboratory. It says that this test was supervised by Philip R. Heyman, again a real individual from the federal government transported into the story. We see here an early prototype of what would eventually become the threshold. In 1982, the group at Oak Ridge was using this magnetic device to attempt a sort of teleportation. We see a small marble in the middle of this device, and after the machine's activated, the marble's gone. While perhaps at the time, they thought that the machine was teleporting the item or even vaporizing it, from what we know now, it was most likely getting thrown into the back rooms. So, if at least 9 years prior to whenever KB-31 began their expedition into the complex, how much stuff did the government blast into the back rooms without knowing what they were doing? Perhaps some of that meddling could be the cause of the effects we see now. With that out of the way, we then move into what is, in my opinion, the most terrifying episode of the series, Pitfalls. According to the description, the date of Pitfalls is May the 6th, 1990. Again, we see in the beginning an async logo, and this time we're told that the video we're watching was recorded by a Marvin E. Lay. We see Marvin suiting up along with some other co-workers within a division of KB31 as it seems they're about to travel into the complex. However, this time, after stepping into the complex, we see that a large observation deck has been fully completed just past the threshold. These are the first signs of async beginning construction within the complex itself. While walking, we hear the crew mention the concept of vertical expansion, perhaps meaning that they are literally going to begin expanding their operations into the other layers of the complex. It's mentioned that this will take place after a tour that is happening sometime between the 7th and 10th. We also see signs that routes have been more planned out, as instead of running the tether this whole way, they have placed permanent markers on the ground to let people know where to go. It's almost as if the further they get away from the threshold, the less attention is given to make everything seem normal. This is exemplified when, as they're traveling, they come across a series of giant pits in the floor. The pits themselves seem either very deep or have a sharp cutoff just below sight. There is a door on the other side of the pits, and a researcher named Mark decides to go for it. He gets to the other side and immediately exclaims at the wonder of what he's seeing. Instead of explaining himself, he tells Marvin, our cameraman, to bring the camera immediately. As Marvin is making his way across the pit, another text glitch comes across the camera. This one, once again backwards and very brief, when deciphered, reads, "While data could be inferred from these recordings, nobody knew what would actually be found on the other side." While a lot of the text glitches we've seen so far seem to be a sort of harbinger of things to come, it seems that this text is directly referring to the video we're watching, and perhaps the question of the other side is whatever Mark saw after he crossed over the pits, which at this point in the series, we have no idea. But it seems that perhaps someone in the future wrote something about the tape Marvin was recording, and that note appeared to him in the present as he was recording it. That may seem far-fetched now, but I assure you time's going to get really weird here in a minute. Whatever it is, this glitch causes Marvin to jump and he falls down the pit. Luckily, the pit turned quickly and simply spit him out in a lower layer of the complex. The walls down here seem weirdly decrepit. Like, yes, it's the same walls that we're used to, but something about them seems more dingy and unfinished. There's wood on the bottom as if repairs have never been completed. It's again that idea that the further they get from the threshold, the more atypical the geometry begins to look. After it's confirmed that Marvin's okay, Mark, the guy who passed through the door up top, still says that he wants a camera right away. Whatever he saw must have been incredibly important. While down there, Marvin begins to hear what sounds like a human yelling. Marvin decides to investigate, which is a better or dumber man than me. As he turns the corner, the hallway physically twists around itself, leading to a small gap in the wall in front of him. Whenever he steps through the wall, we get the most bizarre sight that we've seen yet. It is a tunnel with a painted road that leads to a neighborhood. On top of that, there seems to be a forest around the neighborhood itself, with a blood-red sky hanging above. The streetlights and quiet houses create this apocalyptic feeling. If a lot of images within the complex simply embody a form of human absence, then this street more so embodies human extinction. As Marvin continues to walk, he can hear someone yelling, "Can anybody hear me?" His team continues to caution him not to continue further because, before Marvin remarks, "But what if Miller is right about the null zones?" Now this line's very interesting to me. All the way to the second video, the first unlisted video on the channel, we saw the mention of null zones that are created by a magnetic field. Now we don't know what that means yet, and anything I come up with is just speculation. But perhaps every now and then, just for the way the magnetic fields are laid out, there are these null zones created, which are essentially just glitches where any kind of environment can take shape. Or perhaps these are locations where people can click through. Who knows? As Marvin continues walking, he sees a house with a light on, and it seems that whoever this person is screaming is located inside of the house. Marvin walks inside and sees a series of backwards road signs popping up from out of the ground. Now, if you've been paying attention, you'll probably realize that this is the only other place that we've seen backwards text besides the glitches. So perhaps whatever entity is attempting to copy human structure and things like road signs. Given the backward nature of the text, it could be the same entity with seeded messages behind. As I've mentioned with a lot of other parts of the complex, it seems that the complex itself is trying to create the idea of humanity, but it doesn't know how to put it together. It knows that there needs to be houses, it knows that there needs to be streets and things like road signs, it just doesn't know how they all fit. It's almost like an adaptive AI trying to recreate the world, and we see all of the past failed generations of that creation. Again, I'm not saying that this all takes place inside of a computer, that's just the relation it gives me. Marvin continues to walk back into the house through a thin hallway. As he walks through this hallway, his camera and microphone begin to glitch out. Eventually, he makes his way into a very decrepit room that has signs of someone living there. In this room, we see a single chair and makeshift bedding, as well as a pair of shoes and several letters and numbers on the ground. Kane pointed out to me that these letters are the letters that have been gathered from the houses along the street, which, while an interesting visual note, I have no idea what to make of that. Marvin makes the observation to his crew that it seems someone's been living here. He continues to follow the voices until he turns the corner, and this happens. As the life form begins to scream and run at him, Marvin makes a run for it, at one point tripping and falling before getting back up and continuing to run down the street. The yelling of the life form getting louder and louder behind him. One of the more effective things about this scene to me, other than, the giant monster thing, is that in this moment, there are so many unknowns. Why is there a street like this in the middle of the complex? What did the person living within the back rooms mean? What are these creatures? Why was it making human noises? But all of that, while still present, slips away for a moment because it suddenly becomes a fight for survival as Marvin is running from this thing. It's cosmic threats that are always there, but occasionally take a back seat to just this primal horror. And as he continues to run, Marvin gets away. He makes his way back to the hole that he originally fell through, and despite hearing the life form in the distance, his crew manages to throw down a briefcase attached to a tether, and Marvin climbs up. I should also mention during this point, Marvin begins coughing. Again, the third time that someone within the complex has began to have a coughing fit. The video ends with Marvin sitting now relatively safe in the hole that he fell from, making sure that the life form doesn't follow him. So obviously there's a lot of questions, the ones I already mentioned about, the person being down there, the street, the life form itself. One of the more apparent ones is the noises the life form was making. Because previously when we saw it in found footage, it was kind of these garbled, broken speech patterns. But here it was full-blown asking for help and if anyone was there. So is this life form attempting to lure people with a sort of bait? Or is it more so like a parrot just repeating words that it's heard? Which if it's the latter, leads to the terrifying conclusion that those may have been the last words of its last victim. But again, that's assuming this thing even has victims, or the capability to repeat patterns that it just hears from other people.
We don't know where these life forms come from. We don't know if they arise individual of each other or if they're all the same. It could be speculated that it's everyone we've seen is all the same one. So there's not a lot of information to speak to on their nature yet. They've been observed to run at the camera person screaming, and the screams are pretty terrifying.
There's so many unknowns, and I guarantee you that some of them may probably get better. But to see if we can get any more answers, let's jump into the next video report. According to the description, report takes place on May the 6th of 1990. This is the same date as Pitfalls. There's also an unlisted video in the description that again we'll get to in a moment. We begin with outside shots of an async facility as the audio from Pitfalls is heard playing in the background. We then see, again because this was on the same day, the team from Pitfalls returning to the base. They are greeted by an advisor standing in front of them. The most striking thing about this advisor is that it's a real person. And no, not like within the story it's a real person. I mean, the video has now switched from entirely special effects into live action, at least partially so, as we'll see. We then see a series of async researchers watching Marvin's video from Pitfalls, which also, I know I keep hopping on the Kane train, but again, I can't help myself. Not only did the jump from visual effects to live action feel very natural, but Kane has already proven himself as a fantastic live action director. The way that the characters are shot and these otherwise mundane scenes are kept interesting through effective uses of camera placement and shot length. In the interview, we talked about some of his inspirations, and yeah, it certainly shows. One of the particular notes that really got me when I first watched this one, other than, the fact that it's real people now, is the attitude of the async advisors themselves. See, I kind of went into the series, and up until this point, I just had the idea of, oh, we have stereotypical evil big bad corporation doing big bad corporation stuff. They don't care for their employees or the fate of humanity. They're just here to increase profit, blah, blah, blah. That was until I saw the reaction of the advisors in this video. Like, yeah, I saw researchers getting scared and freaking out in previous videos. But that's pretty standard for these stories, right? If you have some big evil corporation, normally their workers are the ones who are scared and gets killed, and then they just send more later. But when I was watching these async researchers watch Marvin's video from Pitfalls, they were afraid. And it's not over the top, it's not some crazy overblown caricature of fear. It's subtle, it's quiet, but it's effective.
I think it's here to make the distinction that async, I don't believe, is evil. And it's not my intention to portray any element of any characters. This is something I like to stay away from. I don't ever like portraying anything as good or evil in my work. I don't like to play up the over-the-top, because everyone's seen the over-the-top corporation or agency or whatever that is just very strict, bureaucratic, evil, like maybe they seem nice and fine, but then they've got this evil secret agenda to take over the world or do something. And async simply just isn't that. It is a research institute. It is filled with people who have never touched a gun in their life. They're not prepared to go in and it's not a military organization.
Not only did Kane do a great job at directing the actors here, as well as obviously the actors themselves, but this is one of the justifications to me of why the series needed to jump to live action here. This isn't something that you could properly convey inside of a VFX engine. But when I was watching this and I was watching them afraid, my entire opinion on the series changed. It's not just insert big bad corporation, it's something more nuanced than that. Perhaps Async is a company who stepped into the deep end too quickly, and perhaps they're not some monster roaming around in the dark woods, but perhaps just a child roaming around in the dark woods. We see that in response to this, Async built these massive blast doors in front of the threshold. Perhaps before they thought they were completely alone in this dimension, but now they realize they're not. The video ends with them more afraid and perhaps more cautious of their ventures going forward. Or not, we'll see how that goes. Our next video is the unlisted video in the description of report, and that is an unlisted video titled 9780415263573. It'd be really funny if that's like one of your all's activation codes. Now I have to explain to the CIA why I tripped off one of their sleeper agents, which, out of all the things I was expecting the CIA to arrest me over, that wasn't in the top 9. This series of numbers is the ISBN code, or essentially the book code, for a short story called The Yellow Wallpaper. And while yes, hee hee ha ha, yellow wallpaper, backrooms, get it, the meaning of this reference goes a little bit deeper.
I did not shoehorn it in just because, oh look, it's a book about, it's got a yellow wallpaper. Guys, that means it's backrooms. There's more thought to it than that. So that's all I really can say here.
The Yellow Wallpaper is a story about a woman who begins to become obsessed with a dingy yellow wallpaper in her room. Over time, she begins to believe that there is a woman trapped behind the wallpaper itself. By the end of the story, she destroys the wallpaper in order to release the woman. However, as we see through her narration, she has instead become the woman that she was afraid of. Now, in that story, it's an allegory for mental health and people being turned away despite obvious symptoms and signs that they need help. But in this story, I feel that it's more so about becoming a monster you fear. Quite literally, a monster behind the yellow wallpaper. Now, the events of this video are not quite as nuanced as that, as we see a traffic cam of cars on the road when suddenly one of them just falls through the floor. Obviously, as we know, that means that they fell into the back rooms, which is a horrific concept. Imagine that you are driving a car down a freeway and then you blink, and you're now driving the same car going 70 miles an hour through the back rooms. I'm glad that we saw this first because, and I don't know how Kane's going to incorporate it in the series. I doubt he'll do this. But if I was watching it trying to take notes, and then in an upcoming episode, the life form just gets dump trucked by a Honda Civic, I think I'd just shut the laptop and be done with it. With that, we move on to the final public video at the time of recording presentation. In the description, we see this is from May the 8th of 1990. And again, there is a link to an unlisted video that we'll cover next. The video opens with an FBI warning regarding distribution, and we're then taken to a presentation room where an async video is being shown. The video is for something called A-Space Perspective Development. A-Space, as mentioned in Motion Detective, being the first section of the complex past the threshold. Over the beginning of the video, it essentially builds the point that the world is having a population and pollution problem, and async can fix it. They explain that this will be done through the low proximity magnetic distortion system. However, the actual text explaining how it works has been redacted. Async's plan, according to this video, is to open the threshold to such a degree that it can become a line of transportation. Essentially, as I'm sure several of you figured out from earlier mentions, the plan is to convert the complex into an infinite storage room. And as shown through the diagrams, a storage room with no maintenance or limit to size. These scenes become intercut with a group of people walking through Async's facilities, and we see that Async's eventual plan is to move forms of industry, storage, office spaces, consumerism, and even housing into the back rooms, which that is the businessman's answer if I've ever heard one. Got poor people who can't find affordable housing? Throw them in a pocket dimension. Got factories that are creating too much pollution and contaminants? Throw it in the pocket dimension. McDonald's? Throw it in the pocket dimension. Now, while I jest, in a perfect situation where the back rooms were literally just space, then perhaps some of these solutions can make sense. If there is a population crisis, why not have people move to an area where space is no longer an issue? If nature is threatened by pollution, why not move the pollution to somewhere that can't be affected by it? However, the issue arises because, obviously, as we know, it's more complicated than just a bunch of storage space. And, excluding the concepts of what if, the threshold quits working and there's a bunch of people just stuck in there. But at this point, literally 2 days before the events of Pitfalls took place, Async knows that the complex isn't only more complicated than they initially thought, but now they know that there's creatures in there that could potentially cause real harm, if not worse. And as we see from the following scenes, it seems that Async wants to move ahead anyway. I discussed this with Kane, and I don't know if it's necessarily evil as much as it is arrogant. It seems to me that Async and the researchers at KV-31 are so concerned with what can go right that they haven't taken a moment to consider what can go wrong. Again, because of Marvin's video and Pitfalls, I would call this ignorance, but either way, probably not a good idea. We see shots of a sort of long gray corridor. I can only imagine this is something that we're not privy to yet. And we're then shown several images of concept model homes within the complex. I do like this a lot. It's very creative given the geometry of the back rooms, that you look at these pictures and think, yeah, I could reasonably see how you could build a house in there. However, as these model homes are being shown, there is a very quick flash across the screen that's once again backwards and distorted. However, when deciphered, it is a fragment of a sentence that says, to deceive the FEDE. I can only imagine that's part of the word federal. So the sentence probably reads that the purpose of this presentation is to deceive the federal government. Because as we're going to see in a moment, and as the title of this video implies, this is all being presented to the federal government so that they can get funding to continue their research. Again, similar to the clip seen in Pitfalls, this seems to be a future bit of information passed backwards onto the video we're currently viewing. We then see clips of the Doe tape archive, which shows a tour being given by Async to the Department of Energy, again in order to justify further expeditions and funding. Also, if you were paying attention during Pitfalls, this is the tour that was mentioned occurring between the 7th and the 10th. As they're talking in the observation post above the threshold, alarms begin to sound, and one of the advisors asks one of the advisors conducting the meeting to come over and look at this. Whenever they look at the monitor, they see this scene. This is the researcher who was lost during informational video finding his way back to the threshold. If you remember in that video, which on the timeline occurred over 2 months ago, the cameraman who was a part of that research team ended up finding this weird observation room that as soon as he stepped inside and said hello, all of these alarms went off. Well, that is happening right now as they are giving their tour to the Department of Energy. Not only will that probably not bode well for them, I imagine, but it shows definitively what happened in informational video. If you remember, the cameraman was led away by these voices before he looked at his team and a weird glitch happened, and suddenly all alone. It turns out that he experienced a time skip. See, it's always been kind of a background thing. Time's working differently in the back rooms. This is our first evidence of it. Someone was standing there and within an instant was transported to 2 months in the future. And thankfully for him, he managed to find his way back to the entrance. But the reason he didn't know what was going on is because whenever he went on his expedition, the entrance wasn't there. So now, not only are the back rooms perilous because of the life forms within it, the bacterial disease thing in it, and the very structure of the complex itself, but now you can randomly be picked up and placed at another point in time. While we don't have the information yet, I imagine this will come into play with a lot of the text we've seen popping up at supposedly weird places throughout the story. But for now, it answers a couple of other minor questions. Remember how in found footage, he went into the back rooms in 1991 and it says the camera was found in 96? Well, that's because at some point during all of that, our cameraman experienced a time jump. Perhaps several of the structures he came across during found footage are in fact structures that were made by async. The reason I think this is because every time the complex makes something, it's very odd and out of place. Like the structure's wrong or the words read backwards or what have you. Whereas some of the stuff that was discovered in found footage just seemed like an empty office space. It seemed a little too good in parts. And yes, while the construction wasn't necessarily finished, it seemed that it was coming along okay. Perhaps the giant building with wide hallways that he was walking through was a part of Async's future office or housing projects. And if that's true, where is everyone? That's all speculation. He could have went in at 91, and the entire time he was in the back rooms was in 91, and then whenever he fell out, when the camera fell out, it was 96, and all the structures he came across was just liminal spaces within the complex, and I'm just reading too far into it, which wouldn't be the first time. But for now, to see another effect of this time skip, let's look at the last video in the series up until this point, and that is the unlisted video in the description of presentation, Simpsons. Simpsons is the only video in this series not posted by Kane. It was instead posted by a new account called Laura Harris, a channel with no public videos. The video begins as a standard home recording of an episode of The Simpsons called Bart Gets Hit by a Car. That is, until halfway through the clip, whenever distortions and glitches begin to happen on the screen, and we see shots of a Spanish television ad before the screen glitches back and the episode of The Simpsons continues. So what does this mean for the series, right? Well, the episode of The Simpsons, Bart Gets Hit by a Car, originally aired in 1991. That all makes sense. 91 is well within the timeline of the series. So we can assume that this episode aired during the time we know Async was doing its thing. Well, whenever the TV glitched and that Spanish commercial came on for a few seconds, that commercial is from the mid-2000s. It only lasted for a few seconds and it seems to have corrected itself, but it seems that Async's manipulation is causing not only people to fall into the back rooms, it's causing the time distortion to stretch into our reality. And it seems to just be a minor distortion. It's a television station accidentally showing something from years after its broadcast back in 1991. However, I highly doubt that's the end of it. We saw that Async's research was causing collateral damage physically with things like the earthquake in 1989, and we saw for missing persons that creating a rift between the two realities caused people to slip from ours into the complex. But now it seems that temporal distortion within the complex is seeping into the real world. And if that keeps happening, then I have absolutely no idea where any of this could go. Because if Async breaks time, then they've really done it now, haven't they? But with that, we have now watched, up to this date, all of the videos in the Backroom series, which, congratulations, very proud. So now that we're all on the same page, let's get to the timeline, which isn't that complicated, it still needs laid out. And then from there, we can do our final analysis, and I can finally get to my crazy conspiracy theories. Because, you know, if I don't get to do that, then really, what's the point? So now that we've covered all of that, let's take a look at the timeline to make sure we're all on the same page. And we'll talk about my weird theory for the whole series up until this point. Also, Kane didn't ask me to do this, but just so everyone can see, I am repping the Async merch because, frankly, this goes hard and I love it. Kane's merch store will be linked in the description as well, but for now, let's look at the timeline. So at the moment, the earliest event on the timeline is May the 10th of 1982. That's whenever Oak Ridge was making their prototype for the machine that would eventually open up the complex. These trials went on for nearly a decade as on April the 2nd of 1988, the third test takes place, until the sixth test occurs on October the 17th of 1989 in First Contact. This is the first time that Async or anyone else had knowingly opened a gateway into the complex. That's also when the earthquakes in Southern California took place and the missing person incidents began. As we've established, opening up the complex and people beginning to fall into the back rooms set up the core of the series. So immediately after 1989, everything kind of happens at once. And one of the early excursions on February the 3rd of 1990, Async finds the body located in the back rooms. And then, as we know, 2 days later, autopsy report takes place. Later in the same month, on February the 29th, informational video takes place, and as you can see here from the dotted line, that's when our first known time jump took place. That, of course, being of the researcher who went out here and then showed up at a later date we'll get to. So only 6 days after that, whenever Async sets up their cameras, motion detected takes place where we see one of the life forms kind of observing whatever Async's doing. 6 days later, on March the 11th of 1990, the archive.tar file was compiled, which makes sense since it's pretty much just images and clips of Async building. You don't really think about it while you're watching the videos, but all those events I just listed take place nearly within a month of each other. This next thing is something that I didn't mention in the rest of the video, because it doesn't occur in a video, it occurs in one of Kane's community posts. And it's that on April the 18th of 1990, these bizarre paintings were found by Async somewhere in the complex. Now, is this indicative of the complex adapting and changing? Or is it a sign that Async is venturing out further and discovering more weird geometry? We don't know yet. But excluding the weird barn axe room that is still going to be the death of me, this is by far the most complex thing that we've seen out of the complex. Less than a month after those paintings were found, the events of Pitfalls and Report take place on May the 6th of 1990. And then, as we know, 2 days after Pitfalls, the State Department shows up to Async, and that's when presentation takes place. But as we also know, that is the same time that the guy who disappeared in informational video shows back up right here. In other words, he skipped forward in time just over 2 months. Then there's nothing else taking place in the timeline except for this one debatable thing that happens 7 months later. The Simpsons episode, Bart Gets Hit by a Car, originally aired on January the 10th of 1990.